Okay. All right. So we are going to. So I did start doing some stuff early this morning, then had to do some stuff, then came back to it, and then back and forth. So it wasn't like consistent enough that I said I could start stream earlier. Um. Hey, what's up? What's going on, Nick? It was. I wasn't. I wasn't sure. I just know that we got our butt kicked over and over again. Like, I kept trying, but the jellyfish enemies wreck our lives, bro. I can't stand that guy. At least with the archer, I can't stand him. He's just like there's a one move that I have with the archer. It's like an arrow rain that I just can't hit him. With it, like I can hit it at certain angles. Maybe if I'm using like a mouse and keyboard, it'll be easier. But I was using controller, so I just can't angle it in time to be 100% sure the arrows are going to go through it. And that's like the highest DPS move that that character has. Uh, but solo, it's easy because there's a lot of forgiveness. But group play, no way. That thing has way too much HP to mess up with. Um, right. So I started building earlier, and we got some stuff done. So this is all. Well, I can't say this is all junk code. This is all just me poking at the beast until I find what is going to fit for what design. Remember yesterday I said I needed some time to think about my approach on this. And so this is me thinking. So I just kept doing random stuff, and eventually I got to a place that I have a clearer understanding of what it is that I want to have done and what tools need to be in place. So we kind of jumped the gun yesterday when we tried to just dive straight into the objects. And we also need to, so I also did a little bit of reading on some GitHub tools that could be used to get some of the functionality that I was trying to get yesterday done. So we're going to be doing a couple of small things today to get this project where I intended it to be. Um, so that's a good thing. It's always good when the idea in your head can be manifested through the code. It just took a little extra research. And now that I figured it out, it's doable. So we're going to have to install. So I'll tell you. So basically, Unity has something like this built in. Well, this isn't just Unity. This is Visible, right? And then it also has serializable reference. So what we want isn't serializable reference. We want which is great, but just doesn't fit what we were trying to do. We want a new type of serializable reference that you can only get through a Git extension. So we're going to install that Git extension today. I wanted to do that on stream, just so it can be seen that we're not like doing stuff off stream on this project. Everything is basically on. Like the little poking around and stuff like that that I'm doing here. You've seen this code already. I'm just poking around to find out where I keep hitting dead ends, and so that way I can go back. So we're going to basically be erasing and doing a couple of stuff things here. Um, in short, this is just so this function or this class has been turned from actor events to just game events. We're going to make it an instance, and it's going to be the only thing that exists. Its one job is to send events to different things. It's our observer. We have here our enums, which we're going to be expanding as needed. Uh, Over here, have the events. And we also made this, right? So these are, since this is going to be now a one of, so in the RPG, we couldn't do this because we could have multiple actors. But in this, we only have one player. Um, and so we can go around. with just passing, making a static of these calls. So things can now connect from anywhere in the project to use. Nice. So that's really the only thing that's been added here that's going to stay. What's really cool, I think I'll share this. So the problem is sometimes you have timing issues, right? Like let's say that we're trying to get to an instance of something and we don't want to do a coroutine for it. So we created a system of for queuing things up. Basically, if we try to connect and there's nothing here to connect to, in other words, the instance is null, we'll add it to a static pending collection. Is this list right here. And then if we try to disconnect and the same thing is true, we'll disconnect it. When we actually manage to get through, we'll run pending processes to check through the pending processes. We'll remove any pending processes that should have already been removed. Right, so this ensures that, like, let's say we added something and then removed something while the event bus wasn't active yet. We'll just remove it from the pending events, and then we will add in all of the pending events, clear them both, and connect. So we're not too worried about these calls because this really, connections and disconnections do not happen that often. So technically I could have even done some reflection here because these are just one-off type of thing. They usually happen once in a session. And then we just have the call, right? All right, let's see. Hey, yeah, good morning, Nepal. Still morning. I've got to throw into a new game. Hold on. Yeah, not gonna lie. He's just bad. I wouldn't use him if I didn't want to beat the game using every character one. Yeah, I might change. The thing is that I wasn't sure. I remember when I played the game, and I think it was in early access, and I was using um the Marine or the shooter, whatever his name is, mercenary Marine. And I just got wrecked with them. So I just had like bad feelings. So I decided to try the other ones because I don't remember the other ones being there at early access. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But it had been so long since I played that game before, and I got the furthest with the archer, and then I go online and get wrecked. Nepal says I got thrown into a new game I had never played before. I'm generally terrible. Yeah, you're playing shoot, what was it? Fire gun Gunforged? Gun Fire Gunforged? Something like that. And you I see you face tank bullets. I'm like, why is he running? I don't say it, but I'm looking at him like, why is he running face forward? Like that bullet wasn't going anywhere near him. It's like his face is a magnet to go to get to that bullet. I was like, you know what? Let me just let him rock because he's still learning the game. But I saw it. I was like, maybe he's like distracted because of the stream. That's what I figured. Um, I look like, well, yeah, very entertaining as it. To be honest, I'm like that whenever I'm playing Gunforged. Yeah. To be honest, I'm like that whenever I'm playing a game for the first time. I appreciate you tuning in though. Yeah, the game looks very good as well. I don't think it's for me though. I don't think I'm able to just sit and click colors. Oh, you mean the bubble game? The well, I mean, Nick, you have to remember that it's still like really in early in development. So he's got a couple of game modes that I think he's going to be putting in. But yeah, I see what you mean with the whole like just descending. There's just two issues that I have with the way that Nepal had that set up right now. One is that they're all coming from a singular point, right? And what I think he would be better served with is if it came down more Tetris like, where they come down in rows. And instead of like just like at a triangle, right? I think that's what my eyes are looking for, and I think that would be pretty cool. So it's like you just get like rows of the bubbles as they keep coming down. I think would be pretty cool. And then you just use the tank and you go around and then do that. Do that. That would be really awesome. Let's see. And Gunforged, and that's understand. Yep. But I think it's more along the lines of once he gets more modes in there and he refines some of the feel of the game and more. I would say more visualizing the different processes because all of the core mechanics for that game are there. He just needs to visualize it for play, right? So I think like first off, that Tetris line is pretty much standard. Like everybody's eyes looks for something like that when we're playing these bust a move or Tetris style games for that kind of um pattern to go across, right? Like that line pattern, that horizontal pattern. Another one is just like, but that's like more multiplayer. But I'm just still fascinated with like just having the whole area around you spawning the bubbles separately at different speeds. And so like you might have like a special bubble that's going to go faster or a special bubble that's tankier and things like that. Um, like stuff like that would be pretty awesome. Um, but then again, there's something to say about the simplicity of just having all the bubbles operate off of a similar set of rules. Um, but I could see like bouncing bubbles that you have to like actually time the shot, or else the bubble might jump over the shot and things like that. Like that would be crazy. This weekend I'm going to work on a new level with different spawning points. Managed to get recoil logic working. Congratulations. I'm not sure if you're using rigid body, but it's not hard even with transform to do it. But I can understand if like uh, I mean you know how to do it, so you're good. All right. So the point is that all this is going to be is just stuff that we're going to expand as we continue to develop out this. We're going to be adding more events for the different things that we are going to need. Right. That's basically what this does. So we're going to have to go to the player real quick. And we're going to move this event bus, game event bus, out of the player that we can delete it here. Okay. And we're going to go to game manager. Or actually, yeah, we're going to go to the game manager. Sorry. Let's do it here. I wanted to actually, I wanted to start earlier today. I don't know. Um, and we're going to do, this is our initialize stuff. In initialize, we're going to do set data, property e dot event bus new. Okay. Let's add that property key to our list of public static int property bus. Why are they using get collision? Huh, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's supposed to be get property. Let's do get property. Obstacle. I don't think anything is using them. Let's mark it off. If something is using it, then. But I don't remember putting that. That should be under the collision set. Just the properties. Okay. Oh, event. Um, yeah, I'm using a rigid body. Okay, yeah, so I mean, you know how to handle it. It's basically just you get the forward. I would assume that you're using the direction that you're going to be shooting. You have that already, and you just the inverse, so you make it a negative, then apply that to the velocity with a force modifier. So add force, multiply it. Add force, the direction that you're negative, the direction that you gave to your tank to face, and then that should give you knockback. I'm kind of worried about burnout. I like coding, but I can see that I'm only coding and rewriting things I already wrote a couple of times instead of adding the core mechanic of cameras in Five Nights at Freddy's. And that's just because I don't know how to do UI. Yeah, that's just because I don't know. So you're coding more because you know how to do UI. That's I don't know what to say to that. I mean, I don't know what to say to that because you saw me do UIs on this already. So GUI is pretty straightforward to handle. I'm not sure what exactly it is that you're trying to accomplish with the UI that you end up having to code and right? Like my approach with most of the stuff, like you saw me do it here, is I build the UI out first, and then I start doing the code because the UI gives me my for me the UI gives me my four corners. This is what I've got to do. Burnout is something that concerns me as well. My biggest challenge is that I don't have enough. You have a deadline for it? I code more to procrastinate, I guess. Deadline, not quite. Um, I guess. I mean, you should. So my biggest beef with the new Unity UI elements is that you'd be hard pressed to find someone who likes them that isn't a programmer, right? Because I've hardly met anyone. I don't think I've met a single person yet that actually uses the editor, the Unity editor for the new UI element system. Every single time I've ever seen anyone use it, they'll show me, yeah, I'm using UI elements, and I'm like, okay, great, let's see what it. And then they open up a CSS. I'm like, dude, you're just programming in your UI. So that's actually a testament, right? It means that this person had such a hard time um, manipulating, utilizing the UGUI system that they would rather program in their UI, which is basically a similar solution that I've seen a lot of people come up with for the animator, um, where they just hate using the animator to such an extent that they're they are programming in the all of the animations and animation sequence. So for me, that tells me that this person's experience with this is just really, really bad. It's like not experiences in they don't know how to use, but experiences in they've just had very bad experiences with it. Um, to put themselves through the bad experience, because I would rather, if was possible, just me, I would rather have a GUI that would do this. If it did it faster, then I could do it by programming it, if that makes sense. Right? As long as it's faster than programming, I would prefer that. With that said, the new element system is not faster than programming it. That's the reason why most people end up programming it. So it's a weird situation where people would rather actually code together their UI. I remember this guy last year, years ago almost, um, he showed me it, and I was looking at it. I was like, "Wow, this is an amazing," and it looked amazing. It was great. But no, no bueno. Right now, the consensus on it though is it's better to use it for when you're dealing with in-engine changes. Like if you want to do changes to let's say you want to make let's say you want to make a new window or something like that in Unity, right? Use UI elements for that. But for game dev, use UG. It's just not ready yet. You should be using UGUI still. That's what I've read. Um, different places. So it falls in line with my own sentiments on it because I've seen how other people use it, and that's what it is. It's bizarre to me to go from making your UI on the editor to making your UI in C sharp. It's like that's to me a step backwards from the entire purpose of a game engine. I don't know. Maybe that's just weird to me. The new UI, silly. My UI problem is that if I copy paste something from the internet, literally the moment I on my own, it fully breaks. What? What do you mean copy from the internet? What are you copying? What UI? You're copying whole UIs from the internet? And I don't know enough to do it from the ground up without a tutorial. Kind of stuck, procrastinating. Oh, you okay? Okay. What exactly are you trying to build on the UI? Because it's obviously, I don't think it's, well, I don't think, yeah, but like, what purpose is that UI supposed to be serving for you? What are you trying to get that UI to display? Just give me one example. Okay. So we need to make the thing that we're going to have to make is this. No, we're in the wrong area. The thing that we're going to have to we're going to get rid of this class here, the session log class, and we're going to and I think session key. Get rid of them. Why is this crying? Public. Ah, okay. Right. And so in the game manager, now we have over here in our initialize the initialization. Right. So then we initialize the game event bus here. Once we do the initialization, this up, everything here is set up. Awesome. So now let's save this, and we're going to get a couple of errors around our project. Not many, a couple. Right. This, as soon as my mouse lets me. Um, okay. So we want to something like I think we need music, or at least I need music. Second, collisionless. So, and so we're going to replace it with this system. Awesome. Okay. Hey, let's see what's going on here. A lot. Yeah, I don't know how to do UI. Oh, just like how they work in, I need to play Five Nights at Freddy to like understand what you mean by that. Buttons that change the background. Buttons that change the background? Basically. Good luck, man. Thank you, HOM, and thank you very much. Um, Nicked, you also forgot about Dream Avatars. Ah, sorry. Thank you. Good catch. Right, you can do two things at the same time. Turn that on, and let's also look for music. I've been humming songs and there we go. Hey, I don't know if that's too loud, but it should be okay. I haven't changed the volume, but OBS does its thing. Um, did this thing start? There we go. Uh, no. It's you also forgot. Okay, how else do I explain something I have no? I have like material with camera. Okay, hold on. Let me stop and ask what I'm asking. Be clear about what I'm asking about. You said buttons that change the background. What background? You mean like the background of the UI? So you want to change the UI's color by pressing a button? Is that what you're saying? That's what I'm asking. Or is there some other background that we're talking about? That's basically what I'm asking there when I ask, like, what do you mean by background? Right? Because that's anything could have been the background that you're talking about. And if that's the case, it's not a UI problem. So you know what? We're gonna build into the UI right now, and you're gonna see a way that it can be handled, right? So before we do it, let's actually go here so you can see what the UI is doing. This is broken all over. Why? Claire? Yeah, stuff is broken everywhere. Give me a second. Okay, we need to just change this stuff. Okay, so this was being used. Oh, isn't there a collision key? Why am I using the property key for that? Collision. Yeah, there is a collision key. Power up an obstacle. Why do we need to use the collision key is the question. Take a look. Generate event. Well, let's also do this since we're here. I'm gonna skip what I was doing. I'm gonna go straight into the UI side and then build out the UI a bit so you can see how these things. I'm gonna not explain it until I start doing it because it's gonna be confusing, I think, unless you actually see it happening while because trust me, it's not that complicated. It's just boilerplate. That's what it's called. It's just boilerplate. And once you get past the idea that, yeah, this is boilerplate stuff that has to be done, then you'll easily be able to just deal with UI. It's not as tricky as you might think. Okay, we only have a few more issues. Alright, so it's all here. So instead of doing this, you can do collision key. Okay, so we get the amount, and we take the amount, we just adding a plus plus, and then we add this back. All right, we're good. Okay, so that should fix everything. Went wrong. Maybe not. We still have other areas that need to be changed, so game. There we go. Okay. And one more. Obstacle. Here we go. Okay. All right, so that should fix everything. Hopefully, shouldn't be any more exceptions. Good. Let's take a look. Like I have like material with camera feed from somewhere, I don't remember where, and I like to change it based on the button I pressed. Like, I don't know, right now I'm using a random plane to display the material. I just want the buttons to change them to different ones. Yeah, that's basically what I was about to do with the car. I'm making this system first, but basically that's what it's leading to. Right? And you see like how I'm building this system out? You don't need to do all of this. This is just because this is a full-on game. But if it's just simply that you want to just directly change... So let's do it real quick, right? Let's go to our scene. I'm going to disable this for now, side of our scene, because I kind of just want to see what's going on. Okay. And we're going to put him out of 2D. Okay. So we're gonna put a car down here. So let's see, where's the car? Prefabs. Vehicle. So this is our car. Right? So we don't see the car. Let's see where it is. Where the heck? It's not showing it. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's just rotate it a bit. Boom. Move it forward a bit. Okay, so this is the visual representation of the car that we're going to be using in the game. Now we have this material. We can easily go here and swap materials, right? So like I could go like this. These are the different colors that we could place on the car. Right? And that'll get us our different colors. So now we're gonna make let me see what else you're saying before I keep going. I don't know, right now I'm using a random plane to display the material. I just want the buttons to change them to different ones. That'll be like 10 to 12. Hold on. I'm using a random plane to display the material. I just want the buttons to change them. What's them? Them being the cameras to different ones? So you're talking about using the buttons on the UI to change to different cameras, or are you using the buttons on the UI to change to different materials? Let's pick one topic and we'll deal with that topic. I think you're either I'm all over the place or reading you all over the place, or you are all over the place right now. So just pick one topic. Is it materials that we're talking about or the camera that we're talking about? Regardless, it's really the same thing to be able to transition. What you're trying to do with that transition is different. But to be able to communicate between these different things is very easy. Okay, so we're just going to stick with material right now. It's both. The camera is projected to a material. Why are you projecting a... What does that even mean by projecting? Do you mean like you're using a material as a viewport? Like, what are you doing? You understand that a material is this, right? This is the material. The renderer, it's how it's the colors or how this object is being rendered. If what you're trying to do is you're trying to swap the textures, not material, the textures, that the viewport texture. A texture is not a material. Is that what you're saying? You want to render a texture? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Okay, so you're trying to render a texture, not a material. Material has nothing to do with this. So send me a screen cap of what it is that you're talking about on Discord so I can see, because I've never heard of swapping a material on the camera. That to me is just weird. Like, if you're going to do that, you would swap, like, the camera would have, like, it would just not work that way. Like, you could render off of a texture and then get like a sub panel or a sub screen off of that render, which is a convoluted process, and I'm not going to walk through that because you're just better served going to a dedicated tutorial for that. And it doesn't take very long. It's just a lot of project related stuff, not so much coding or game dev engine or game development specific. It's more like you need to create the texture, then you need to assign the texture as a if I remember correctly, you need to assign the texture as a viewport or something to that effect. Let me see. Hold on. Let me open up a texture right now and take a look at it. And it wouldn't serve because you just wouldn't see what I was doing. You'd have to watch a dedicated tutorial for it. Textures. I have no textures? Huh. I mean, I have textures, they're just in other places. I haven't made any textures myself yet, though. One sec. So there should be some textures over here. Yep, there we go. I'm gonna just copy this one. And we're gonna move it over to this one. And can we just paste it? Yep, there we go. Okay, so then we should be able to... It's been so long. It's not light map, it's not single shadow. Oh, that's what it is. I think we have to do right click create and then we go to texture. There should be like something that we create here. There's an option here to create it. Visual scripting, UI toolkit, testing, shader graph, search. Oh, cool. I didn't know they had this here. What is playables? Movings. I'll use that next time. Rendering. Is this it? Custom render texture. Here we go. This is it. So first we do this, right? And so now we can set the size that we want on this. And from here, this is basically how many, I guess, the resolution you could say of it. This part right here. Once you set that, you just have to assign this to its camera. So we can go here. Oh, I think I get what you're saying. So you're trying to assign the material to this. You don't need to, I think. Right? I don't think you need to assign a material here. I don't know why you would, but if you're trying to assign a material here, then let's see what happens if I assign a material. Well, first off, let's assign it to the camera. It would be easier in my other project because I'm using Cinemachine here. It does weird things. Main camera. Rendering. I gotta remember where to put this now. Is it projection? No. Output. Yeah, here we go. Okay, there. So now... Yeah, so it's going to, or it wants to say that it's going to render the car and whatnot. But Cinemachine is going to throw it off, I think. Oops. But it should be displaying the car right now. It's just, I think Cinemachine's gonna get in the way. I'm not sure. Let me just check here. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Maybe that's it. I see. So if you decide that you want your source to be the material, then you're going to have problems. Right. But in our case, we don't want the source to be that. We want it to be... Well, let's add a material and see what happens. Nothing. Like I said, a tutorial would be better because I'm just going to keep poking until I get it to work. Like, it's in my brain somewhere, but I haven't used this in over 2 years, so it's gonna just... I would normally go and look at like a YouTube video and then just like say, okay, yeah, now I get it. But I think I've already forgotten how to do this. Alright, let's turn off this and just put it back on load. Maybe if I'm going to turn off Cinemachine on this. There we go. And let's run the game and see what happens. This has no cameras or rendering. The variable player driver anchor is not assigned. So it is updating this. Let me check the camera. It has to be something that I'm doing with the camera. It's saying that it can't detect a camera, that no cameras are rendering. Huh. All right, how about this?
Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up.
Yeah, I'm missing a step. There's something that I'm supposed to do, but I'm missing a step. Like I said, this is more project related than game dev or programming related. So it falls into that area of things that you'd just be better. If I did this, it would have to be tomorrow, and it would basically be me tonight going to look up information on how to do it, and then tomorrow I'd be coming back and then doing it. And that's basically it. So you'd be better served going to and I normally wouldn't do this anyway unless I was doing like a mini map or something like that. But you want to do this probably, I would think, if it's Five Nights at Freddy, you probably want to do it because you have like TVs, like the TVs for the different monitors and stuff like that, right? Like that's what I'm guessing that you're trying to do. And if that's the case, yeah, that would basically be how you would manage it. That's actually the correct way. So you are approaching it the correct way. Yeah, basically this is a render texture that I just made. That's also so on the camera. I still don't really know what you're doing. We're supposed to be talking about you. This is it. This is your render texture. So you make your render texture here. Then you have your camera. You assign the render texture to the camera, but there's something I'm supposed to do here. There's a setting that I need to turn on here. I just don't remember what it is. But I need to turn that setting on in order for it to, in real time, pick up what's happening on the screen. Right now, it's only doing it. Let's see. There's something that I need to do in order to get this to pick up on the changes being made. And it would display it over here. Maybe it's one of these settings? Nope. Yeah, I'd have to look it up. I give up. I'd have to look it up. But now that I understand what you're talking about, tomorrow if I get the chance tonight when I'm doing some research, I can watch some videos on how this is done again, and then I'll show you how it's done tomorrow, or you could go look those videos up yourself. Right? It's just a simple search engine solution to this. It's not really that tricky. I just can't remember the settings. There's a setting that I need to turn on here, but I don't remember what it is. Let's delete this for now. Like, I haven't done that in like 2 years, so you'll have to forgive me for that one. Alright, so we can get rid of this. Okay. Oh, this is still looking for... Where are you? But there's something that we're supposed to do to render it to the render texture, and then the render texture is going to be outputting that texture here instead of the camera output. But it's been so long, and you can get really fancy with it too. Like, you're not limited to just like one render texture per camera kind of thing. It's just I haven't done it in so long. Like I said, I forget more than I know sometimes. Oh, congrats, man. 400 from slots. You got you're following through with that saying, right? The rich get richer. I wanted to learn OS Lua script today because most of the ones I've... What the fuck's a canvas even? Oh, this is a canvas. Where is it? Yeah, like this is canvas. Right here. So let's break this down. This is the rect transform. All canvases have a rect transform. Anything that is a child of a canvas will have a rect transform. Rect transforms, think of them kind of like establishing what the global space is of that rect. A rect is basically a plane with 4 points, right? So it's whatever the 4 points are, they have a width and they have a height, right? And then you can set up the anchors for those 4 points. You could also set up a pivot, right? And then you have your typical matrices stuff over here with the rotation and the scale. And then over here, this is the canvas component itself. You can set up which type of canvas you want. There are 3 types. You can have screen space, you can have camera space, or rather relative to the camera. And then you could have global or world space, which is basically something that exists in the scene's... it uses the scene's world position. So 0 in the scene is 0 for that canvas. But still, regardless of whichever canvas you use, they're all going to come with this rect transform, and anything that's a child of it, its position is relative within this rect transform. The benefit of using the canvas is you get the canvas scaler, like this, which allows the canvas to always scale with your screen size or whatever it is that you decide that you want. Right? And you can pick if you want it to match the height and the width like I just did. Okay. And this is a little bit, it's not complicated, it's just deeper than I need to go. And finally you have this. So what is this? This is tied to this, the event system, Unity, which actually I should probably move over here, right? This is something that should be in this. But basically, Unity has a built-in suite of various commands and interactions, interfaces, so on, that are all looking for or working through this that you can piggyback into in order to get the effects from. One of them, for example, is the ability like iPointer or whatever, the iPointer series of stuff, because there's a ton of them. That allows you to like detect when the mouse is over something, click something, whatever. Exited that thing's area, whatever, right? And the way that this does that is through the event system, but it only does that if the canvas has a graphic raycaster, right? So now, objects inside, like for example this image, have this raycast target, and you can turn this off or not, whatever you want. But the reason for that is, let's say that this graphical image was superimposed over another image and you wanted to click, but you wanted to click the image behind this image, right? Like let's say that this is like some mask or something, right? That's going to like shape an image out and make the outside of it invisible. Um, so you don't want anything to really click on the mask, but you do probably want something to click on the thing behind the mask. So you'd want to turn raycast target off on the mask, so that way when you click, you don't register this, it just goes straight to the thing behind the mask, which should have this on. And then you could do effects or execute on code with that. Right? Similarly, you also have other components like button. Right? Button is a little bit weirder in that it allows you to do a couple of things. You can click something, and then based on like what you're doing when you click that thing or hover over that thing, it will change the color of that button to one of these colors, which gives like a hovering over effect or whatever. Similarly, you can add commands from the inspector. Oops. There we go. You can add commands, so you can select a game object, right? Whatever the game object is, and let's just grab some game object. We don't care what. Something with a custom script on it, I guess. Speedometer. Okay, so we can grab, like, let's say the speedometer script, and we can put it in, right? And then now we can check. Well, there's this drop down is going to give us a list of all of the scripts on it, and then on speedometer there is a call for updating the speed. So we can call update speed here, as you can see from the speedometer, instead of having to do it through script. And then we can get another object, right? And then execute on something else from that, right? That's basically how it works for button. I don't use this feature very often because I use events in through code, but it's nice to have it there for those who just don't want to code anything with regard to interactions. But the cool thing about this is that when you do these connections, you do get a UGUI effect if you turn UGUI on. Oops, if you turn UGUI on over here, gizmos on, you'll see a line that shows the different connections that your UI buttons have and what other objects they're affecting. And it's pretty cool. Because you still haven't told me what a background is. Like, I don't know what background means. Background, like, are you talking about a button that changes the render texture? Is that what you mean to say when you say background? Okay, all right. Well, you okay, let's use the correct words first. It's not a background, it's a render texture. And if you want to change, I just showed you the buttons. I literally just showed you. I would do it through code. I wouldn't do it through the buttons, but you can do it. I give up. Dude, you now you're talking about the background for the UI. Background for the UI has nothing to do with render texture. I think you're very confused. That's because when people are confusing me, it's either they're doing it intentionally or they're confused. I'm gonna go back to what I was doing. We're gonna be getting into UI anyway later on, hopefully. So maybe it'll answer a question. I don't know. All right, so we can close this. See. All right, so we can get rid of what the heck? Avoid collision. Oh, gotcha. This is all stuff from yesterday. So, oh, son of a gun. Did I just do a boo-boo? Yes, we did. Ah, son of a gun. I'm gonna blame Nick for that one. I think I can get it back by doing this, though. Let me see if it's back already. Yes, it is. Okay. Still there. Okay, awesome. What are we undoing here? Awesome. Okay. Not a total loss, so we just need to cut. Let's cut this real quick and then make the new script for it. Before we forget again. Okay. So we need to make two classes, a session log and the session manager. You need to add a so when you go to, so there's two ways to do it. You can right click on the hierarchy and then go down to where it says UI and then left click on where it says button, right, in the context menu. Or you can go and create it or to some object, some image that you have or whatever that's in your UI, and then go down to where it says add component, left click that, and then just type in button in the search and then add a button component to your game object. And ta-da, you now have a button on your thing. Okay, so let's get to this. So we have the session log. And now we have the session manager. Okay. Right. If you want to avoid coding altogether, you could do it that way. But I haven't used Button myself since I started learning Unity. Like, I think the last time I used it was when I was using Unity Learn. So you're talking a while back, and I just I hate utilizing the inspector for small things like that. It just isn't visual enough for it's visual in the wrong direction for me. Like, it's doable, it's just so much clicking and dragging and dropping and going through your project and finding a file and then dragging and dropping. I'd rather just make the connection via script and then have the script handle the connections from there forward. I guess in like a team situation, it's fine though. All right, let's start from the manager. Can we do that? Huh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
to protect your soul. More than lovers, destined to find one another.
Okay. So we need to go to the session log real quick.
Can't have one without the other.
We're gonna get rid of this.
It was written in our stars. Oh, we can't be torn apart. We are linked together, forging fire forever. We are linked together.
Gonna get rid of this.
Past the rings of Saturn, across the Milky Way, where it's waiting diamonds, we'll return someday. Speaking without words, in perfect harmony. I'll run away with you to another galaxy. It was written in our stars. Oh, we can't be torn apart. We are linked together, forging fire forever. We are linked together.
Okay, I think this is the procedure. This is how we want to handle it. So then out here, we want to do something like By the way, silly thing, I downloaded the modular FPS controller pack just because I didn't like doing one myself, and I kid you not, spamming shift control makes you so gives you so much speed. So I'm assuming that's a asset on the asset store. You know, that's where I'll tell you this. That's how I really like understood programming. By when I got an asset, I would actually what I would do is I would open up the asset and look at how they put it together. And I just took the time to try to like get my head around. So there's those are the I think those are like the four ways that I handled it as far as the learning process for programming in Unity. It's first Unity Learn, second was YouTube, the third was when you get those assets to look at how they were made, and the last is opening up. Like sometimes you'll see me do stuff like this, right? And this is just to get an idea of what Unity did in this situation. Like how did they handle it? And you can discern certain pieces of information from looking at what's happening under the hood. All right, and it just gives you a good coding pattern. Most times, not all the time. Like I think the way that I normally handle this stuff is better than how Unity normally handles it, but I can understand why Unity handled like sorry, I was being vague. So like Unity handles this stuff, delegate actions. So they handle delegate actions with overloads. So when you call int, what's actually happening under the hood is that it's calling the initial overload. If I do this again, it's calling a separate overload, and you can see it there. And you can just keep doing this, and I think you can do it up to 7 times. Eight times? Wait, did they change how they set this up? I could have sworn it was 7 before. 9? Maybe they changed it. I think they changed it. It used to be that there was a hard cap on this because of just how they did it. So maybe they did, maybe they got it, maybe they did it better now. Granted, if you're passing through something like this, then you probably need to look at what you're doing, or you're doing some next level stuff. Like,
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough,
okay, yeah, asset. It's I just kind of took a single Brachy's general C# syntax and basics of Unity, and I understand it, but I know I'm lacking in knowledge. We're all lacking in knowledge. Like I said, once Dude, once you get to where you're confronted with two things, delegates and inventories, that's your gap, or I think that's the gap between when you're a beginner programmer versus when you are at a intermediate level, right? Where you can consider yourself as a junior. Basically, you would have done the equivalent of, let's say, 2 years of college in knowledge at that point, um, on your major if you were doing computer science. And that's not including knowledge of math or anything. It's just programming. So from there going forward, you can freeform it as much. You'll always be able to find the solution to whatever problem that you bump into, and it's a learning process still. Right? There's nothing that you can't do at that point going forward. There's no hard block on you. It's just a matter of figuring it out, and you'll always be able to do that. You'll get headaches, but you'll figure it out. um, from there, it moves from accuracy to speed. Let's put it that way. Like, you're just going to get faster and faster and faster at it. Okay, so then over here we're going to do I think we're not here yet. My mind isn't here yet, but we're just preparing. So this is going to be our data persistence. So let's go back down to, I want to put this in a state where we don't have to worry about it anymore. And we're almost there.
Yeah. Unknown brain. Marvin Divine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous. I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day, yeah. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye.
I should put this here also.
So now I gotta say goodbye. Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you finding, see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music, I'm saying. I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day, yeah. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye.
And I understand it, but I know I'm like, okay, damn, I Googled delegates, and safe to say I'll be doing that with an exorcist if I. They're not. It'll take a few months to just wrap your head around like what they're doing, but you'll be able to use them day one. Just think of them as like a list that you don't have to do any kind of initialization for, and you subscribe other delegates to them. So a delegate is basically a delegate holder, and once you call or invoke on that delegate, it will execute on all of the other delegates that match its type. So similar to like when you have like a list and you have like list of integers, you can only put integers in that list. It's the same thing with a delegate. So a array in C#, an array basically takes up a certain amount of space that you assign ahead of time in memory, and a list. So in memory, those you're going from 0 to 1 to so on. Those are physical spaces in memory for the array, making it a very fast lookup to iterate through. A list it's not like that. So the going from 0 index to 1 index on a list is not the same. They're not actually next to one another in memory. They're in wherever they're going to be. It's a reference. So, or, well, they're both references, but it's a reference someplace else in memory. This allows you to, this is because list, basically, you can just add to a list, and you don't need to resize a list to add more stuff from a list. That's basically the difference. So, what functionally, the reason why you'd want to use an array is for iteration. You can iterate through an array and never have to worry about resizing issues. Like, let's say that you're iterating through a list in different areas of your code, and one area of your code, it actually removes an item from the list. Well, if you're iterating through the list, the iteration expects already a certain size for that list, and if somewhere else in your code you removed an object from the list, then, or you added an object to the list, you'll either never get or you'll break the list, never get to that object, or you'll break the list size for that iteration, which creates a size mismatch issue. An array doesn't have that problem, right? With an array, basically, you will always have that amount of, if you have 100 slots in an array, you'll always have 100 slots. You just need to check when you're iterating through if that slot is empty or not. And you can do that just by doing the index of that array and doing if it's equal to null or not. That's what makes them safe. That's what I use them for when I do batching. I always just put them into, I put it into an array, or whatever I need to batch through into an array, and just go through it that way. It's basically a safe version of iteration, and it's faster than using a lists iteration. For the record, though, under the hood, an array is basically just a while loop. Or rather, iterating through an array using a for statement is just a while loop. Okay.
Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips
Um, you would use a list for everything else. I mean, there's tons of different collection types. There's list, there's hash set, there's queues, there's stack. I mean, there's various reasons to use each one, right? So a list you'd use, like I use lists when I don't, it's like temporal and it doesn't matter, right? But I don't know what the size is going to be. So it could be just 1, it could be 100. I don't know, or I don't have a clear picture. So then I just use a list, and whatever the size is, I don't have to worry about any limitations. So basically, we allocate the space for the list, push stuff into it, run the information that we need, and then I just get rid of the list. So like over here, and also in Unity, lists also serialize, right? So like a dictionary doesn't serialize, a list does. So you can, and arrays do also, but again, you have to set the size, which you can do from the inspector. But you're still going to be left with a whole bunch of null spaces, which might be something you don't want on your inspector. But yeah, that's basically it. If you just don't know the size of your collection, but you don't need to really iterate through it, or if your iteration is going to be like a for each kind of situation, then yeah, then a list would be really good for that situation. If it's like a hash set, it's basically like a list, but a little bit heavier, so you wouldn't want to use it temporally that way. You'd want to use a hash set in a cache situation. And if that's the case, you're really just using it to do a couple of things. One is to ensure that you only have one of each type of object that's within that hash, because that's how hash sets work. They don't allow you to put duplicates of something in there. And you have queue and you have stack. So a queue is first in is the last out, and a stack is the first in first out. So what that means is when you use a queue, I'll write it here. If you do something like this, public queue int, right? So when you use a queue, you can do something like right, or right. So the first thing that we put into the queue is going to be the last thing that we can dequeue from it, and we dequeue one at a time. So all things in this are going to be identical normally. Well, the same object type, right? So whatever we dequeue is usually just going to be, or at least that's how I use it. They're all basically just one thing, and we're just dequeuing them as we go. But there's tons of other use cases. And then stack is kind of the same thing, but it's the other way around. Right? And we can do pull, or pop, sorry. And push up. Yeah, there we go. Right? And it just basically is going to take it's going to take the first thing that you put in, pop it back out, And when you do a push, it pushes it back, whatever you're pushing, it pushes it back to the top of the stack. So think of it like a stack of plates. You're not going to take the plate from the bottom of the stack. You're going to try to take the plate from the top of the stack. A queue is basically like a line, right? Whenever you join a line, you have to join in the back, and the guy at the front of the line is the one that gets to go first. So why use these? Because these are super fast. So if you like, I use these all the time in like my in my pooler, my generalized pooler. That's where they're most useful for me. Okay, this is all I can think of right now. Oh, we can do this. Okay, there we go. Let's see. 1 second. Okay. All right. So I think this is good for us. Do we have anything else that we need to add to this? Oh. Okay, so I don't think we need this anymore. This is going to be a very large class. All right, let's start from the top. That's the easiest way. Oh. What is it now? Started session. You know what? Let's do the bottom first. Runtime.
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand open arms. This is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. I still hear you in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees, holding on, memories never change.
I told an IRL friend that geometry is objectively simple because the full control set before the recent update is a single click, and and now I will be completing a demon with no experience until I beat it. Geometry Dash. Okay, I was what the heck are you talking about? Okay.
Calm before the storm, gold and diamond.
Why don't you try with that instead of going Five Nights at Freddy right out the bat? Try to make like a Geometry Dash or something.
Out of the dark, take to the
I mean, I get it, but
all that we said, all that we are, waiting to fly. This is the start.
like you've made other games before, correct? I think this is just your first time in Unity going making a game.
Living the dream, yours and mine, euphoria.
Hmm. Okay. All right. So despawn. So when something fair.
Stone and feather move outside your head. Now or never, strong in every step. Give me a sign, hitting the mark. Take to the sky, chasing the stars. Open your eyes, watching afar. Waiting to fly, this is the start. Hide and seek, reason and rhyme, grand and glorious. Living the dream, yours and mine, euphoria.
You know, this is a part where I think I would just get GPT to handle it now, because it's going to be basically the exact same stuff over and over again, and I'm hoping GPT is smart enough to actually complete this. Oh, give me 1 second. I'm going to just feed it what I've already done, and then have it plug in the rest of the methods based on what I've already done. Where is it?
Getting stronger
It's super slow as usual. Okay.
keep on pushing
Could you complete this class based on what I have already done? To populate all of the property with runtime information. Yeah, I'm not about that life. Actually, I did that. That's my addressable system. It's a script that writes a script and allows me to address project files anywhere in my code. But I'm not using it for this project because this is a very small project. Because it's not necessary. And we need to give it the reference for this. Where are you?
getting stronger every day.
Listener. There we go. Okay. Let's see if it can do it. So, let's make a bet. I say GPT can't do it. I'll give you a bunch of coins if you get it right. You think GPT can do it? Hold on, let's be clear about this. GPT cannot do this the first time. Right? It'll get close, but it won't actually. I'll have to still go in and make changes. That's my bet. Are you willing to take that bet? All right. Fair enough. Okay. Let's give it a shot and see what happens. This is exactly, I think this is exactly what this tool is made for, which is it should be able to contextualize your work and just take care of like super repetitive stuff like this. Because I could spend the next 40 minutes typing all of this out, or hopefully GPT can get it right in a few seconds. It just takes its time sometimes. Yep, it's just taking its time. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Okay, looks. I think GPT is done. Let's check. Ah, it froze. Give it. Oh, wow. It actually did a good job. I'm just reading through it. It looks like it did pretty good. Let's check. I'm gonna actually just copy it. You can see it too. Just gonna grab this entire thing. Oh, hold on, let me see what it did all the way down. Yeah, wow. Holy cow. It even filled that. I didn't even ask it to fill that out. It filled it out. We don't need this. Let's see. What else? Anything else needs fixing? Ah, it created a bunch of events I don't have. So, let's see. It looks like it did not create... Oh, it did. It looks like it hooked everything up. I have references for everything. Yep, it just created 6 events that I don't have. That I already knew I needed to make these. That's nice. It completed the clear. I didn't even tell it to do this. That's what I mean, like, it just had the context to know that, like, since I already had made clear at the bottom, it knew where to add it, which is just awesome. Right, the most impressive thing to me is that it did this. Because I did not ask it to, well, that's impressive also, but it filled this out for me. I didn't even remember to tell it to fill this out. Oh man, you really hate it, don't you? You would have won that bet too if you, I mean, I still had to make the small change, but I would have let that pass. I think this is all right. Let's just review it, make sure that it's actually, the code is actually okay. It even corrected my code right here. This is awesome. I can let this one go because it didn't know about this. Like, if it knew that I had made something like this, I'm pretty sure it would have implemented that. So actually, we can do this. Okay, yeah. So these two were identical. Very good. We can get rid of this. So that was awesome. We let's make these events, and so this is basically our observer. Over here, we just need to
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping
Yep, that looks good. So we can properly get rid of this. Yep, that's our observer pattern. That's it. So we can now listen to everything going on in the game. We just need to make these events now. All right, let's copy this. Oh, we already have that. Okay. Um, I don't know what else to put. I think that's it. Power up spawned, power up collected, removal despawned. Okay, gotcha. We have obstacles, so we need obstacle. There we go.
Still as a breeze, the river flowing deep. Don't wanna leave the air you breathe. Living me dreams when I think of you and me. Don't wanna leave the world you see, and I will hold you down if love is still alive. It's all forgiven to my eyes. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating. a swing at a wrecking ball, and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street, when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within. Oh, I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame. Oh, do we say goodbye?
Okay, there we go.
Question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many
All right, I think we're good.
too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind.
So let's go back to session log, and it should, we are missing one. Missing consumable despawn event. We have that, I think. Oh, we don't have it. Okay. So consumable despawn event.
Sick of all these lies.
Where is it?
Capsize. Oh no.
We have it here. We just never made it on the, I think. Obstacle. Come on, brother.
Here we go.
Did I spell something wrong? Consume. Yep, we did. Okay, done. We did see other things that we want to hook up, but we'll hook them up later. Basically, like when we drift the car left and right and things like that. We also wanted to put in a booster kind of effect, like where you, I guess, if you like hold W for a while, the car will start to boost a bit, going past the speed limit visually, doing other things. But for now, this is good enough, I think. So the game manager will spawn an event bus, and that will basically inform session log when the session log connects to it. Right, so it connects to the game event bus, passes in the key, and so now these will get updated whenever they need to be updated, whenever we call them. Okay, and then it will update these values. So now that these values are updated, alright, so this part is done. We just need to do one more thing before we do the next part, back to Unity. And in our managers, we just need to add our session manager to it. There we go. So now we have one more manager. All right. So now, I need to do a little bit of pulling up of information.
Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets, onto my feet. Another cup of coffee and me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Ay, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated. Intoxicated, every night faded, just so I can sleep thinking that it's fading. I feel hated, I feel hatred. I'm lost deep in my mind that I've created. I have dreams when my life is devastated.
Alright, found it. And now I've had a problem with installing from Git on Unity 6. I've tried it twice and it's failed twice. We're gonna try it with this one, see if this one works. So we should just go install from Git, pass in the Git URL, and do install. I'm gonna wait, and then it'll probably tell me it failed again. Yep, it says package manager error, adding package. Unable to add package. Why? No one knows. Maybe the URL was wrong. Let's try it one more time. I'm gonna try different. Read the URL. Maybe there's extra stuff in there. Oh, the URL looks fine. Literally, the URL is fine. It's called a serialized extension. So what we're gonna do is instead nothing in here.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and believe.
All right, let's download it and maybe
I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gonna get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm
if we nuke our project, who cares? We always do version control. Okay. Are you serious? An unexpected error. If you copying the file, if you can use error code. The path is too long. It goes. How long was that file extension? That's ridiculous. I don't even know what file it couldn't install. Let's try that one more time. Extract. Okay. It's something called Meki. Wow, it's really long. Example. Get started. So it's something that I don't care about. So let's skip that one. Skip these. Okay, we don't care about those. Those are, we're just going to delete that anyway. So we can get rid of the git ignore. We're going to just get rid of all of this stuff. Package tools. What does my project look like? I want to make sure that we do this right the first time. Sorry for this. Don't want... Okay, got it. Okay. So let's do this first. We're going to just drag and drop packages in. Overwrite the current. Well, actually, we have to do it this way. Okay. We need to open it up this way. Find Show and Explore. There. Yes, replace.
Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now. I made mistakes, but now I don't ever want to be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone. That's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more.
Realize extension. Realize ref extension. And we're gonna dump this in our packages. And I think that's it. So now Unity just needs to update. Probably gonna get like a bajillion errors. Please restart the editor and I wouldn't say fascinated, but yeah, fascinated. I just think it's pretty cool, dude. Like, when I first used AI tech or anything, it was complete garbage. So it was like everything was always really, and I mean, I can imagine that it wasn't that long ago, but I can imagine that people forgot how bad AI was just like last year. Oh, looks like we broke our game, but alright. Yep, let's save. We're gonna just restart Unity. Enter in safe mode because we're gonna have to do some changing. Hopefully we can manage it.
She's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not
Okay,
a piece of fur is plastic.
let's fix some things up.
Yeah, they say that she's a lie. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game I'm gonna play it, yeah.
Why is it saying this namespace Unity Engine UI doesn't exist? Okay, fix that up. Alright, let's restart Unity again. We might need to recompile the library. It's pretty simple. We just need to find it, delete it, and then Unity just handles updating it. But I think we found out what the problem was. It's that I'm using Unity 6, and whatever it is about that other thing, it's looking for an older version of Unity. Which is terrible. Okay, this like it's working again. Or at least maybe it is, I don't know. Still okay. Can get rid of these. I don't know why it introduced all of that. Probably because they are using Cinemachine.
I don't believe in destiny. I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies. They're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy. You gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see.
Okay, let's just take care of the other stuff.
I just wanna be the best at what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow.
Okay, we need to reinstall stuff, it looks like.
I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes. Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though.
Yeah, I think it uninstalls stuff.
Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight.
Unity registry.
Still gonna die for what
New input.
I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing
Install the input system.
quite there yet. But those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end.
And we need to also input Cinemachine. Or install Cinemachine. I think those are the only two things that we... Okay, what else are we missing?
Been through some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history.
Ignore this.
People won't admit to me they
That.
want a victory. Bad enough to get a C. They'd
So you see, like, what's happening here, Nick, is what I think probably you were dealing with before, where Unity just put in a whole bunch of using cases.
stop and searching. Yeah, it's burning. All this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay. I just wanna be something.
Okay, what are you complaining about? Does not contain a definition for add component. What the heck?
I'm not alright. I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine. So you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet. But those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win.
Yes, it does. T is component.
No. Yeah, let's go. I'ma make a couple stacks, do exactly what I want to. Mix a couple tracks, get a lady that I'm drawn to. Turn up to the max, get me faded.
What are we looking at here?
I do what I want, couldn't stop me if you wanted to. I just work hard, yeah, harder than the rest. Some people say I'm lucky, others saying that I'm blessed. But I keep my head down, cause I crave.
What is going on here? I think this is... Oh, I see what it's doing.
My conquest, and I'm never gonna rest, yeah. And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone, yeah. When everybody thinks they know, yeah. And y'all don't even know I own, yeah. And now I'm ready taking over. Cause every day I'm getting closer. Just look at everything I'll show ya. And now I'm ready, I'ma blow up.
Instance add component full callback. It broke the library somewhere. 550 attempts, 4% beaten. Actually better than I expected. Ads. If
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not the type to take no for an answer. I don't deal with people that are like a cancer. No, instead I hang with the people that enhance ya. And I'm not the type to give out second chances. I just wanna work on my own for myself. I don't need no help, not anybody else. Nah, man, I got it dealt. I'm working
there we go.
on my wealth and I'm working on my health. Keep on working to excel, cause I'm working on myself, yeah. And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone, yeah. When everybody thinks they know, yeah. And y'all don't even know.
Okay. That should fix everything. Maybe? You have to restart the project again. So what are the other 5 games that you made? Or projects that you got through? Like, what were they about? Awesome. Okay. Let's... So let's just see if the game's flow actually works still. We're gonna go on build and run through it, see what happens. Oh. Okay, so we need to add Bootstrapper to the active build profile. It lost a lot of definitions.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright. Staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us. Like a good drug, never run. We hook up in my car, driving so far. Play your guitar, you'd show me your heart. Let down our guards, think with our hearts. Stare at
Okay.
the stars, we would never apart.
That should do it now. Let's try it.
Way too much fun, out in the sun. Orbit when it's gone. Took you to prom, dance to our song. Dance all night long till the lights come on.
Okay, it lost all shader definition, so apparently we went from, I think it converted everything to, so let's,
It's too late now. I remember everything. And how
let's make sure that we're on the same build profile.
could be.
Go back.
How careless we could be. And how careless we could be.
Okay. We're still on web as our target profile. This is a good thing for people to see, like when you break your project completely, how to fix it.
Late nights, long fights, it felt right. We were alive. We would go out. We were so loud. We were so proud. We had no doubts. Weekends and week
Are we not using URP anymore? Well, there's a quick way to find out, right? Camera.
careless.
Yep, we're not using URP anymore.
Reckless. Time was precious. We love to waste time with
Yeah, we're not using URP. We are not on URP. So we need to change back to URP to get everything to work again.
strive. Never arrive. Our journey was live. Staying out late. Testing our fate. Running away. We live for today. Young and so bold. Never get old. Screw what we're told. We can't be controlled.
Alright, so I think we have to do it through here. I haven't changed mid-project in a very long time, so I need to like poke around. I think it's over here. Universal. Yep, Unity is just going slow. What are you saying? Five Nights at Freddy, I actually didn't realize it. Okay. Install.
How careless we could.
Because he recommended it and wait, Five Nights because he recommended it and I only heard like 8 seconds of it. That's funny. One bigger was the kind of game that Nepal has. One bigger was the kind that game that Nepal has, but instead of a tank, you're kind of a mech being, which with 2 arms you can change out. Okay, one of my favorite projects because I designed 6 unique weapons. Oh, okay, nice. I learned to instantiate via scripts, prefabs, nav meshes, etc. Alright. One other ones are smaller things, like a kind of solo Among Us ripoff, but 3D. I made it because I wanted to use an outline thing, but it didn't work. The first one I made was me just spamming boxes with collisions, playing around with physics. I think everybody was like that. Like the very first one that I made was kind of similar. I tried to make like a sphere that was a center of gravity for everything else, and had like 0 clues about what the heck I was doing.
Sometimes I'm feeling high, but sometimes I'm feeling low.
Yeah, no, I'm interested because it's like
Call my bed my home. I've been trapped inside my mind.
I want to get a clearer picture of where you are exactly,
Do not really know. Yeah,
you know?
it's too late for
But I think I understand it basically.
be great.
You have a way to go, man. But I mean, as long as you keep trying, you're gonna get there. The moment that you stop, you're not gonna get anywhere. That simple.
Know that we all have fear.
Okay.
In the back of our minds we hear the devil that's in our ear. Let it
Okay, so we installed URP.
more clear. I don't wanna think about the pain no more. Everybody's not the same. Been different doors. Yeah, we've all got different brains. That's what keeps starting these wars. I just stay within my lane. Hope my words even.
Let's see if we're switched to URP now or not.
real. Find a way to buy a meal. Find
Nope.
a way to
We need to still.
help us heal. I don't wanna
Let's change the project settings. Rendering might be under, maybe graphics. Oh, render pipeline. Ah, they deleted the other render pipeline. I think. Let's check the project files. That's where I am. Render pipeline should be edited from the project set. Default render pipeline.
She says that she loves me.
See, maybe we can make a ooh,
got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie says she thinks I'm
create
funny.
a render pipeline.
Spending too much
Rendering
money. She says she wants my necklace.
URP.
Put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this. Hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless. Cashing on my checks, rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit. She's on the offensive. I do not know my set list. Still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish. Live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive. She gon' say obsessive. Life is so expensive. Do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective. Yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive. Yeah. She snuck into my section. Yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson. Yeah. And we ain't getting no
Okay.
These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies.
Changed over to basic universal render pipeline.
Yeah. And
oh.
We ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing. They don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson with hands.
Okay, so now we told it that we want to use PCRP as our fix. Let's see if that fixed things or if we still have ink everywhere.
Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession.
It's just blue means that it's loading the materials.
She wanna play for a minute. She wanna slay for a minute. And now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be
We're
back.
back. Game is working. It's functional again.
And now I'm all up in it. No sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies.
There you go. Even when you break your project, you can still fix it. No problems.
And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies.
There are settings that are in need of help, but it's
no, we ain't getting no sleep.
all right. What you're saying now? By the way, I'm still in love with. Hold on. You asked. I know the basics. I'm like sitting and bouncing my leg up and down. Maybe time to take a walk. Probably. Well, unfortunately, the thing that I wanted to install, no bueno. I'm gonna check. Let me check. While you're doing that walk, I'm gonna check if there is a Unity 6 version of this.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like install. All right, let's try this. All right, let's try it one more time. Because I'm stubborn, I'm gonna try it again. Oh, it installed. Look at that. I just had to break my project first and then we got it to work. That's hilarious. Well, before we do any cheering or anything, let's actually see if this is working. We go over here. Let's close a bunch of this stuff. Why is terrain generator over here? Oh, right. I need to give this to... So I promised to give this script... And I promised to give this script to Nepal, but like I'm in the middle of working on it. I have to go to the older one and give that to him. I'm trying to get this to work with Cinemachine, but I haven't gotten back to the script yet to finish it. But I think it would be really good for his project. Data manager, scriptable. Yeah, we don't need this. Time. You already have Risk of Rain, right? Oh, you have Risk of Rain 2, but not the original? Is that what you're saying? I make this? Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know. I don't even remember making that script. So many bars call it kamikaze. Ain't nobody ever gonna ever stop me. Okay, get rid of this. That's the byproduct of hard work. No, it's not free. I'm at a top speed. I think you lost me. So these is what we want to take care of. I'm gonna do like this, and so now we should be able to do serialized reference. That instructs Entity to serialize a field. Okay. So let's do serializable. And then. And then. I thought you already had Risk of Rain 2. No, oh yeah, you probably, sorry, I'm so sorry. You said that you pirated. That, it's a pirate's life for you.
tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really
I mean, the way I look at it is if somebody's pirating your game, that means it's a good game. You know, like if you have a ton of people pirating your game, made a good game. Now, if we can translate that to purchase, that would be really nice, but at least you made something that people really want, even if they can't afford it. You know what I mean?
Take me, play me. All I wanna do is please. Wanna spread like a disease. Ooh, eat crazy, tasty, baby. I just wanna feel you breathe. I just wanna feel your knees. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress.
Shiftable object.
If you wanna say, baby girl, don't go. Oh, look the other.
So we need we need not the unlock. I think it's unlockables. Yeah, there we go. Vehicle info, and I think we do it here.
Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. You take a fucking bad chick, put her on a mattress. Baby, she's a savage, but she lets me out.
In the info part.
Want a couple glasses, you could be my captive. Baby, be proactive, she looking so attractive. Dressed with the backlist, we can make it happen.
I think we have to go up one level. Unlockables.
Penthouse mansion, and she used to act in, but I ain't casting. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress.
No, we can get rid of things weird.
Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress.
I think it's conditions. I don't think it's unlockable. Yeah, there it is. Is it? You realize reference. Do unlock conditions, abstract class. We just don't inherit scriptable object anymore. Okay, now let's see if this works in our project. So we install this. Maintain speed. So let's get rid of this for now.
Yeah, let's go. I ain't the first with the curse, with the thirst that I wanna be better, not worse, man.
I remember the Game Dev Tycoon dev posting a torrent himself, but in the version in that version you're 100% guaranteed to have your games pirated in Galena. Now that's a sense of humor. Yeah, that's basically it. That's how you handle it. Like, I'm a big fan of that. That's hilarious, man. That is truly good. That is good. Alright, let's see. So we don't need this anymore. Garbage. Just so let's delete this. Hopefully we'll never have to use that. So now this, yes, it works. No, wait, we don't know if it works. Nice. Okay, so we can add this. Nice. Okay, it works. So now we don't need to add I'm honestly, that should be just a part of Unity. I don't know why it's not. That should just be like baseline in Unity.
Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, when you hear this out of my mouth.
Yes.
Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's the thing. You gauge trolling. There's like you can have quality trolling, right? Like gaslighting is quality trolling, but you kind of want to mix quantity and quality. You know what I mean? Like there's a happy place in the middle, but I think that's a lie. There's no happy place. It's just the more the better.
Yeah, yo, take a look in the mirror. Are you seeing some fear? You hear the voice in your ear? Can you start to see clear? Are the bad thoughts near? Or can you be where your feet are? Yeah, when you stand right here and say no, I'm never gonna give up.
That's great.
Okay,
Okay, this is what I wanted. So yesterday, this is what I started getting annoyed with, and decided to stop the stream because I was like, there has to be a way to handle this where I don't need to create scriptable objects for each one of these, and this is it. Right? So the way that this is now is that we can create these conditions, iterate through these conditions, and when these conditions are true, then we can pass in the lock key, and once that key is through, it will then allow us to get access to these materials and basically all of the information. Right? So we get this one for the car, and we can unlock, we can have an unlock condition for this, and we can just create a whole bunch of these different conditions for them. It's fantastic. So if you unlock this condition, then you can unlock the blue car and so on, right? And then the lock key for this is blue car, and we can just keep on creating these different keys. Holy cow. That's what I wanted to make.
That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I just don't think that there's. I think quality matters, but I think if you have good quality and you can capture the greatest number of quantity, like the biggest quantity, that's where you start getting the good feeling inside. As a troll, you know, that's where the good feeling, that warm fuzzy feeling that you get inside, and that rise, that rush of joy, that's where it's at. You know, and I think that makes up more than the money that you lost from the pirating. Like it just makes it worth it at that point. Okay. So now that we've locked everything to just one scriptable object, we can go ahead and duplicate the scriptable object as many times as we want. We're going to do that after we fill in all of the materials that this is supposed to have. So let's lock this, and let's go to our archetype thing. Let's run the game real quick. Okay. Where's the car? Start scene.
Wish I didn't feel this way, but with this kind of mind, I will figure out my lane. Yeah, it's the highs and the lows, the change and the woes, all the fame on the coast and the pain. No one knows. I want the time just to slow. My mind's feeling low. Say I'm fine, but I know that I'm
okay. Awesome.
in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm sorrow, cause I don't know if I'm alone, if I'm unknown, but I won't go, no I won't go. You ain't never gonna slow me down, cause I feel alive now.
We don't need this anymore. We can get rid of that for the system that we're gonna make. Or maybe not. Yeah, no, we can get rid of this because of the system that we're making now.
Yeah, I spit raps like a heart attack, fast fatal heart impact, past painful scars. In fact, I blast tasteful bars and packs. I back up my actions, fact don't ask, grab reactions, jacked attack with every word, then act with class as they hear me snap. I got nothing to lose, cause I fought and felt the bruise. Now I'm not the one confused, call the shots and they produce. I ain't lost, I'm finally loose, pick a new silver excuse. I need the views to boost me to a new abuse of being used. Everybody wants a piece now, y'all can rest in peace now. You're dead to me, so peace out. Remember you're just
what the heck? Wait, one sec. I think I messed up.
I'm gonna make you bleed out. Listen on repeat now and weed out all the weak now. Get up and make a change. Don't remember yesterday. If you got something to say, speak your mind before your grave. Cause your life is yours to save. Ain't nobody gonna change. Everybody stays the same. So be different, make a name, huh? I keep on moving forward. Always getting closer. March until it's over.
1, 2.
Just like a soldier. I keep on moving forward.
Okay, so this one.
Always getting closer.
Good. Okay, so we're in the right path.
March until it's over.
Oh no, I see. We did it. We did the same one twice. So. And I think 10 colors is enough.
It's ridiculous, I'm spitting this meticulous and limitless while others out there spitting shit got hits up on the charts.
I just went into my cousin's house, cut his rabbits, and left. That's my favorite thing to do. Rabbits are pretty cool. As pets, they're pretty. Well, I mean, I could only speak because I've seen other people's pets that are rabbits, but pet rabbits. But I had a friend in high school who had a rabbit as a pet, and it was weird, right? Like this thing was huge. It was a mammoth of a rabbit. Like, I mean, enormous. If I had to describe it, it was maybe about it was about maybe like a freedom unit and a half high, and long probably about almost 2 freedom units. So it was a hefty rabbit, and it passed away. But the way that it passed away was just so weird. Like, the rabbit was always super quiet and super docile. And when I came by, I'm like, what happened to him? And the rabbit was literally, was just still. It was stiff and still. And it died. Nobody knew what happened. Well, If I did get a pet, it would be a rabbit. I put it like that. More than a dog and more than a cat, definitely a rabbit. They're just, well, as long as they're all super chill like that. If they go crazy like cats go crazy, then okay. So we're gonna put 10 colors in and just have
I don't get what I want, I get what I need. Every single day I'm heading off to my dream, and I get everything that I damn well please. I don't give a damn if you all listening to me, cause I run it. I'm the only one that really want it. I'm the only one that's really on it. I'm just being honest. I'm just doing everything I promise, cause I want it bad enough that I'ma make it as an artist. And I know I'm not the smartest, and I know I'm not the largest, but I promise you that I'ma be the one that worked the hardest, cause I promise you that I'm just getting started. And I promise you that my skills are getting sharper, so I'ma get charted. Can't be guarded, nah, I'm the one to get retarded. Get the party started, yeah, get the party started. Yeah, so let me get up on it, yeah. Bitch, you got me fucked up. I don't know what's up. Pour that shit in my cup. We bout to turn up. Crank this shit up so loud. Sounds like we're sold out. In front of a
okay. And so now,
take this shit too personally. Everybody got a different version.
yeah,
Everybody gotta be learning from me. Everybody wanna be working with me.
yeah, that's what he told me. He said like you have to be very aware of like what they're doing because they're very subtle about how much their situation. That's the thing. There's certain animals that they startle and you don't realize they're startling. So we're going through that. So I think rabbits probably fall into that area where they're just going to be startled and going to die if they get startled. Like that's probably what it is. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look and see what these different got to load in these where is it? Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up your act. Alright, let's take a look at what these... Don't come back, pack your bags. You take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back. Everybody wake up. It's time to break up with the life you made up. It's time to trade up, live the life you want now, a life you don't doubt. I could give a fuck how, just figure it out. Wake up, man, this life is a blur. Everyone's got an opinion, so which one you prefer? Cause I'll give you one that's coming from an entrepreneur. Don't give up on your dream, it is what you deserve. Yeah. It was sad. It was like it's I don't know, man. But yeah, it was a very cool rabbit. Very calm, very cool. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit. No, because I want this. Don't try to stop me. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit. No, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different, man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that?
Pretty bad. Not like it's hard emotionally or anything, it's just kind of nausea-inducing. Yeah. If you're not used to seeing that, then I grew up in as a kid with a lot of animals, so even still I can't even say that you get used to it, but when it happens, it happens.
You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds. Talking out loud so proud, you better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south. You're never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back? Are we gonna play now? Ready for the show? I'm about to take down, you already know. Get the fuck out of my face now, yeah, you gotta go. Man, I'm on the chase now, leave me on my own. I got a chance to break now, here I fucking go. Take control of fate now, I control my flow. And I know that I'll be great, how putting on a show. I know that I'ma stay loud, drowning out the noise. The haters always thinking that they could fucking break me. They're better off eating their own words like pastries. Hate me, and you better find some fucking safety. I'm coming in hot like a bad bitch in pasties. They can't save me, no I ain't lazy, no. But society has me going so crazy, yo. Don't blame
But this was a, or this is a array exposed on the inspector, just in case you're curious about that.
and I will not forgive those who hold me down. And I will never give up, I'm moving forward. And I will never miss my chance, take it now.
Ah, whoops.
You got one life, so live it right. Keep your friends tight and your family in sight. Never enjoy the climb, ay, enjoy the grind, ay. You never really know what's on the other side till you give that shit a try. Know the limit is the sky, ay. Make 'em
There we
take
go.
it back what
All
they
right.
said about you.
So our colors are set up.
Make that shit about you. Forget about the clout, yo. Fuck the word of mouth, yo. Keep your head down, yo. Work until you found, yo. Fight until
Very
you
nice.
make it, yo. Don't think it, no, just take it. Don't wait for someone to break it. Take control and don't just fake it, ay. You can make it happen. You just gotta take some action. Take the ship and be the captain. Head on out and don't look back, yeah.
I know. If you quickly get over an animal death, you either have hard skin or are a psychopath. Let's divert from psychology, actually. I will yap for hours. Fun fact, our right-wing political party is trying to create a totalitarian regime for our country. They already have a Sejm, I don't know what that is, and Senate behind them. Not legally. I'm not sure what that means. So here's the crazy thing, right? If everyone throws around the concept right wing, left wing, if you ask somebody what's right wing, left wing, like 90% of people can't tell you what exactly a left wing or right wing. Like, if you dig into it, no one really actually can break that down for you. So if I say, okay, what's his name? Let's use let's not use people, let's use an ideology. So is identifying people based on their ethnic background and things like that, and separating them out, is that left wing, a left wing concept, or a right wing concept? Right? And then you get into, well, how do you answer that? Because, like in Ireland, for example, in 1979, they had a situation with religion, right, where they would identify people based on their religion. They would identify people. So you could go into the wrong part of Ireland, and if you don't know where you are, you'll get a guy who'll pause your car over with a gun in his hand. Well, it's not just one guy; it's usually a couple of guys. And then they'll ask you a very simple question: Are you Protestant or Catholic? Right? It's a pretty direct question. The problem is that one of the answers is going to get you shot in the face, and it depends on which part of the country you're in. You know what I mean? So, would you consider the person who was asking that question right wing or left wing? It doesn't make any sense. It's easier to just do it based on like the agenda, the specific agendas. So if you have an agenda of like, I'll tell you, people that are in the political realm that I actually hate would probably be somebody like somebody who got away with it, right? In other words, this person did it, and everyone knows that they did it, but they're untouchable. That type of person I can absolutely hate, and the system around that person I can hate. You know what I mean? So, for example, let's see what you said. Oh, that's okay. They have supporters in the government. Sure. Same, but I don't know that they claim to be that, so I actually couldn't care less. So, here's the thing. It's very popular in the intelligentsia to call anybody that you disagree with right-wing. And it's very popular in the blue-collar, let's call it, sphere, to call everyone who is totalitarian in their perspective left-wing. Now, as just a rubric, you have to ask yourself, well, what is totalitarianism, right? Well, it actually switches around a lot. It used to be that the totalitarians were the right-wing guys. It was in the U.S. It was the nutcases, the religious nutcases, who would come along and say, there is the devil in literally every single thing. If it's Dungeons and Dragons, the devil is in. Well, I mean, they literally have demons and devils in that, but I mean, like, it corrupts your soul and all kinds of stuff, and it's gonna damn you and all kinds of things like that, right? And that was nuts. And they would go after GTA, and then you had the mothers who would come along and say, you can't call our kids the R word because that means that's derogatory now, and then they got the word banned and all kinds of stuff. But then that exact same sentiment, that very restrictive and totalitarian sentiment, can shift to the other political party very quickly, where it's not just the R word you can't say the G word or the B word or the T word or whatever the heck word. It just doesn't matter. So this dynamic of who wants to flex their power on other people the most is, I think, the important thing to say. Yeah, in a free society, we don't want that, right? Like, that's the thing that matters more so than are you left wing or are you right wing. Okay, so we're going to be making 2 scripts, and then we're going to call it a day. Well, actually 1. We just need to make a manager for the unlockables now. Right? So we have all of our materials here, and we have 1 car, which is this car, the blue car that we have here. Oh no, we didn't set it. Whatever. But the point is that we just need to do 1 thing now, and we'll be done. Okay, we got it. We got it. Okay. My brain is just putting together how I'm going to approach that script, but I get it. Let's go here first. And change this one. So we don't need much of this script anymore, so let's get rid of it. We don't need this anymore. We don't need the start, I think. Yeah, let's just get rid of all of this. Actually, we need this, though. We don't need all of this. To update. Don't need the player anymore. Currently, our political split is just one party for the right, 3 parties for the middle, 2 parties for the left. And one of the middle ones is strongest. Right after there is the in major percent GES. I don't know. I find I'm where in major percentages. Okay, I get it. If the right gets into power, we may be forced out of the EU. What country is this exactly? Are you talking about Germany or Poland? Or what did you say it was? It's north. I'm having trouble remembering this country. It's north of Germany. I want to. Poland. Thank you. So to the east of Germany. For some reason, I keep thinking that, you know what it is? It's my Crusader Kings 3 brain is kicking in, and I always, when I play that map, I always conquer the areas to the north of Germany. Yeah, Denmark. I always conquer the Danes, that's what it is, because that's part of how you unlock the Danes title for when you control all of England. Oh god, the Dane March or something like that it's called? It's been a while. Alright, so let's get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this. Instead of update, we can call this There we go. I need to think about this a little bit. What are you saying here now? Okay. Poland, north of Germany, Denmark. Yep. Hey, I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Nepal. The EU is striking a lot of warnings our way. The only way out funding is not cut. Wait, what? Okay, the EU is striking a lot of warnings our way, and the only way out funding is not cut is the middle controlling relations while the right does something. You know, this is the thing. So I can't imagine what would happen if because I'm an American, so I can't imagine what would happen if in the States it became the norm for the federal government to say, hey, states, we know that you have like responsibilities of the states, but yeah, that's the federal government's going to take that from you, right? Because when that does happen, there's always some type of back and forth. And I can't imagine what would happen if there was never any pushback, or people inside of the state just said, hey, you know, we're going to let it play that way. I don't think the United States would have existed anymore at that point, right? And it's even more so with the European Union, because each country, you guys are not states. Like the United States has states. We have a formal ratified constitution that each state is, each citizen of each state is civilly contracted to. Right? So even still, like, if somebody from Texas, for example, tried to get the federal government to turn around and say, hey, New York, you have to do this, right? I'm going to expect that the person that I elected inside of New York to go back and say, yeah, federal government, no way, Jose, you're trying to represent Texas's agenda over New York's agenda. That's not the way that we do it. And vice versa. Like, all of the states should be interacting this way. Right? This is just the natural thing. Everybody wants what the other one has. But I can't imagine if there was never any pushback. And that pushback sounds like, in your case, coming from the right-wing guys in Poland. So it's not really complicated. It's just power, right? People want power, and that's what it comes down to, and they want to exercise that power. More than that, they don't want to lose that power. So, for example, like a lot of the stuff like with immigration happens primarily because of wage suppression. So, for example, it's one of the craziest things. I saw this person. It was, I guess you can call them an influencer, but it was an African American. I'm assuming African American person who was making the argument for. I mean, he didn't realize that he was making this argument, but he was basically making the argument for indentured servitude and slave labor in the U.S. And then you go, but if you say that to him, he'd be like, no, 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 no. But it's like, wait a second, but that's exactly what you're saying. When you have an undocumented migrant without any legal status, they're taken advantage of. And yes, it's for them, it's an opportunity, because what they do is that they expatriate their money back to their country's origin. And that's how they function, right? But when they expatriate the currency that they're doing, so like let's say you have a town A has a total wealth of, let's say, $20. If somebody in town A is from another country and is expatriating wealth, that means that they're producing, let's say, $1 of wealth. They've produced $1 of wealth, so now town A's wealth is $21. But then they expatriate, let's say, $2. So now town A's wealth went down to $19. that means that Town A now has, instead of putting that money in the bank for investment or whatever, Town A now has less overall wealth to manipulate for investment in roads, in lights, blah, 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 all types of stuff. And then at the same time, because there's less investment, that means that it pressures down the amount of money in circulation for goods. So now people are buying less. And with people buying less, that means that the amount of money employers have to pay to someone goes down. And so that wealth is all part of the same system. This is the called the Hayekian approach of economics. It's the let's say the invisible hand, right? That's what it is. So in order to get that, you have to have a very granular, individualized set of controls that each one of us participate adds to the mix, for better or worse. Having something like the federal government turnaround, or the EU in this case turnaround, say, uh, this is how your election should go, or this is what you should think, is rough. I would say that if the federal government came along and said, "Hey, people of people of that state, don't vote for this guy, or do vote, or this is what you should be thinking," that's down, and that's a foreign interference into my. I mean, they shouldn't be doing that. That's crazy to me. That is nuts to me. So let me be clear: if in May, if in May 25th, there are right wing elections moving out of countries, because it's going to be so complicated since Poland is the president. Poland, I have no idea how the EU works in that regard. Poland is the president of EU right now. EU is much different. Yeah, joining the EU just means paying money to get the ability to, on a surface level. Yet the US is still pouring 8-lane highways. Believe it or not, the US is pouring money into everything. Like, I saw this person from the EU. It was a lady. I don't know who she is, but she was explaining how tariffs were bad, that the US shouldn't tariff European countries. And I remember watching it and thinking to myself, that's great. Like, I'm happy she's now a free marketeer and appreciates getting rid of tariffs. But it would be really nice if EU stopped tariffing American goods. So like, this is like tariffs. It sounds to me like she's not saying that tariffs are bad. She's saying that tariffs are only good when they do it, but when the U.S. does it back, that it's bad at that point. I just found it. I found the ability to be absolutely shameless. That's one of the things up there with trolling. I enjoy watching people be absolutely shameless sometimes. It's just, it's like, especially when I'm like in on it and I get like this person is being absolutely shameless and taking advantage. It's just hilarious. It's up there with irony for me. like, like holy cow. It's like to sell goods. Let's say like to sell a car to Germany. There's like a 60% tariff or something like that from the US to Germany. But there's no tariff from Germany back to the US. Like, that's nuts to me. Is there an election for that? Like, or is that like an internal body decides that this is how it happens? Because if it's an election, there's nothing really anybody can say about it. That's the will of the people. Right? Like, you could disagree with it, but there is a wisdom to elections. It's how people vent the direction of the country. But if it's just like a hidden group of people in a dark room that just say, "Hey, this person is doing it,"
That's a little bit harder to defend. No, it's a set cycle that goes start of the year. Okay. We need this. So we kind of, for the colors, we want to make sure that so this is here, and then for the colors, where is it? This is unlockable. Then for the colors, we want to make sure that vehicle. Okay. Yeah. So if the data okay, gotcha. Let's see what the data object.
Okay, there we go. There it is. There we go. Guess we could do this on the no, we have okay. Also, to throw someone out of the EU, every single member has to agree to kick them out, which is they can block most of the things a country can do, but can't kick the guy out legally if two countries become buddies. That's Connex updated his cat count. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. In the US, the closest thing that we have to something that's nearly impossible to do is to pass a new amendment to our constitution. Because if I remember correctly, you need 2/3 of the Congress, then you need, I think, 3/4 of the states to agree to adding the new adding a new amendment to the Constitution. So it's supposed to be a near impossible task to pull off. That's what makes all the other ones um very that's what makes the media really very powerful in our country, because the one with the most power to spread a message uh effectively um it can get the population to shift towards getting something like that through, right? And you'll see all the time, like especially well, you probably don't since you're not in America, but I when I travel to Europe, there was surprisingly a lot of American news in Europe, a lot. Um, like I remember I was at a hotel and it was just nonstop CNN. It was like, what channel can I go to that there was no CNN? It was crazy. It was either that or Sky News, and Sky News was basically talking about American news also. So it's like, okay, I guess they know I'm American. If it wasn't American news, then it was football. So I was like, okay, I guess I know what Europeans watch. American news or football. Um, Onyx updated his cat console. Uh, I didn't take a look at Discord today. Oh, Nepal messaged me. All right, understood. Okay. All right. So yeah, looking at this. No, he didn't post anything new in work in progress yet. Um, where's Connix? Oh, he did, yeah. Definitely enjoys his cats. Okay, so we just need to, since we set this up now, just need to. So basically, we need an event. Let's go to our event bus. Actually, let's start over here. Session log and current. Here we can game event. Vehicle selected event. Aha! We already had something. There we go. Things are starting to come together. All right, so this will select the current key. Now, this is a basic observer pattern. Um, our set. What is this SEJM? I'm like confused about that. Basic. Our SEJM, by the way, is basically the U.S. Congress, and the Senate. I'm assuming like Senate something JM. I don't know. JM means. Um, and the Sejm has not sided against our right for years. Aren't there different systems for the US EU radio? You can see that having this power be bias towards a party dangerous? Um, I don't know. It just depends. Danger depends on if you agree or disagree with that party's agenda in a lot of cases, and you have to be careful when that's the case. Again, I think real danger comes from I just use so when I listen to somebody, a political person or a party or whatever, when they list their agenda, I look at it and I say, okay, how totalitarian is this agenda? You can use a couple. Some people use a number. I just use like a gut feeling, but some people use a number. If you want to use a number, which is easy way of applying it, you look at the amount of new laws or new edicts that this party wants to put into place if should they come to power, right? And if the party comes in and they're talking about getting rid of laws, then odds are that that party is not dangerous in the conventional sense of in the conventional political sense. If they're talking about adding new laws, then I would be very scared. I would be very scared because more laws have a tendency of, especially in a situation in an environment that already has many laws, tends to mean um, more totalitarian, more control, more responsibilities being taken away from the individuals. So if your right wingers are over there saying we want to put this in as a law, that in as a law, then yeah, sure, be scared. If they're coming over and saying we want to get rid of these laws, get rid of these things, whatever. I don't know what your situation is over there in Poland. Then that's a different thing, right? Like that's what it comes down to. Um, as for different systems, so what I mean is that there's international news, and over there, your international news. So there's only a couple of places, right? I went to I went to Spain, and in Spain, I when you're on vacation, you're not really intending to watch TV. But it was late at night, and I had just arrived in Valencia, uh, my hotel at like I think like 10 o'clock, 10:30. So basically, everywhere except like one bar was open, was closed, and I just I got some. There was nothing to eat, so I got some walnuts, some roasted walnuts, and then a soda, and I watched a television for a bit, and all I saw was information about the United States and Africa. For some reason, there was just a lot of news about Africa. Also, a lot of commercials about Africa, like investing in African this, and I'm like, wow. Like, as an American, I don't want to hear anything about investing in any kind of bank in Africa. If I just wouldn't trust the money. But it sounds to me like as if this is a big thing at that time in Europe. Like investing. The bank of this, of that, and it's somewhere in Africa. Um, and that was basically it. And then if it wasn't that, it was just football. Okay. Oh boy. Um, Current unlockable. Well, I mean, where I grew up, it didn't really matter. So I can't like if it was a video game, I prefer to play as a video game, I prefer to play soccer. And then watch neither one, really. I wouldn't I wouldn't really watch either one. Like a sport that I would watch, um maybe baseball. I think I could watch baseball. I think probably I could watch baseball, but yeah, no, I could play soccer. Sure. Like I could enjoy playing soccer. When I was at work, we used to play soccer all the time. Like after work, we would go to the gymnasium and we would just play soccer. Because a lot of the guys that I work with were like out of the US, so you had like Colombians, Italians, I think like one dude was Indian, but mostly it was just like South Americans and yeah, so we would play soccer. So I have no problem playing soccer for hours. We used to play from we work would finish at like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and we would play until like 9 o'clock at night. But as for just sitting down and watching it, I don't think I could do that. But playing a video game about it, sure. I enjoyed a lot of the FIFA games. Yeah, I think I feel the same way for American football games. Like I just can't get it just feels like a brick being thrown in my face. But there was one game, Football Manager, I think it was is what it was called, that I really enjoyed playing. I'm not too sure about the other ones, but Football Manager I enjoyed. Okay. Um so let's finish this up. We I think we've connected the events. So um let's now make the next part of this, and that's going to be the system. Like I said the other day, this is a massive undertaking. This whole thing was going to be massive. And it had to be done though. Like this is how you track information in your game for these types of systems. Just have all of this stuff ready to be crunching numbers on stuff. Current car, current car. Okay. And then now if we go back down to the unlockable, where is it? Unlock data. There we go. Do current car, and we can check the current car against the address ID. That's it. So we don't want to do this. What we want to do is Nice. Okay. That is a classic script right there. Welcome to the pass by. Um, so we just need to go back to bubbles. There we go. Okay. There. That should do it. I think that's good. Now let's do that in line because you're here. Yay, that's it. So if first we try to get, well, if we get the info, then check if the info is equal to the address and if the base locked is returning true. If it is, all of that is true, then we will return true on the wait, we have this backwards. So let's do this on. Okay. We had it right here. So we're trying to check if it is still locked. If we have in, if this doesn't equal this, or it's true that this is locked. Otherwise, it is false. It's makes sense. Um, totally biased. It's fine. I mean, you wouldn't be European unless you were biased. Football. Well, that's fun. I heard this name. I heard this name somewhere. I can't point it. Did I miss something? If someone made me play FIFA, oh, Madden. Are you talking about when I said Madden? Uh, or are you talking about the what's the name? Football Manager. Okay. Oh, we're gonna say that this is good. As far as the vehicles go, yeah, Football Manager is a Sega game made by Sega. It's basically it's basically a lot of UI. It can be intimidating, but it simulates basic think of it like this. You can trade and draft and all kinds of stuff. But you simulate your game and you can just speed through your game whatever, but you go through years of building your team and stuff. It's pretty cool. You are the manager and you have to hire like a physio, you have to hire a coach, um all kinds of stuff. It gets pretty nitty gritty. As it gets as deep as you want to. Then you can have like years. Like if your team is doing really good and you're like considered one of the top managers, it's great to be like put draft. Well, not drafted. They'll offer to hire you for like the World Cup or various other things, and you can go like free agent, and people will try to hire you. It's pretty cool. It's a great game. Actually, now you make me think. Let me see if they have a new one out because now I feel like as check that out. Because it's been, I don't think I've played a football manager since 2000. It's been a while. Gotten one. Where is my? They usually make one each year. I don't know. But yep, they have one for 2024. It looks the same. I don't think they ever changed the graphics, I'll be honest. It looks identical to every. How do you charge $60 for literally the same game? Like, it looks a little bit better. They're basically just reusing the same assets over. This is what I don't get. People complain about like asset flip games, but all games basically are just asset flips. Like they just in-house flip the assets that they've been using. Like Skyrim uses old assets, they just use new textures, all kinds of stuff. Not saying it's a bad thing, just like it's crazy how people get frustrated about that. They made the UI look better though. Okay, yeah. It's on Steam, but I wouldn't get it. It's maybe like wait for like a Steam sale or something. Because $60 for this is kind of rough. Like it's a hard, even though I like the series, that's a very hard sell for me. You know, like with $60, I could get like 5 indie games. Like if it was like, a completely new game, then fine. But that's they're basically just using the same, like that is, let me see, the last one that I got I think was like 2018, and they're using 2018 assets still. Where is that $60 going? It's probably just to pay the teams that they have to. That's probably where the money is. They probably have to pay the teams that so let's X this out for now. They probably have to send it to the teams so they can use the team names and things like that. Like a commission. That's my guess. I'm gonna blame you Europeans and your fanaticism for willing to dump $60 just so that way you can use a team name in a video game. Well, you Europeans, you non-Americans, let's put it that way. Because I don't think an American is going. You can convince an American to do. Oof. Okay, so let's. I'm doing all of this house cleaning, but we don't want to house clean anymore. Don't need this anymore. Just cleaning up stuff. So it's going to give me warnings about this until I actually start using these. So I'm just going to ignore these warnings. And we're going to that new class. So this class is a controller, or is it just a regular object? I think this is an. And it's going to. I think this is going to exist on. No, I think this is going to be probably a manager. This is another manager, and it's going to be the unlockable manager. Hey, so we're going to go serialize field. Less bolts. The list of all of the unlockables that we have in our game. And it's fair, fair. I won't blame you. You're the one exception. Um, I'm gonna go insane because of Geometry Dash. Accept that. With the FIFA thing. Well, I mean, it's not even just that, right? Like there's certain games where once they go outside of the range, I think EA is notorious for it. Once they go outside of the range of, I guess they might have paid off whatever they owe for licensing out those names. Um, Crazy that that's a thing. But yeah, um, suddenly the game's price drops to like $4. It's like okay, so I start to feel bad for anybody who actually paid like full price for it. Um, okay, so let's huh. See, like now it would be a good time to probably put this as an array. So let's do that instead of doing it this Oh, it's in the session manager. Oh, session log. Get data, property key, current unlockable. I love this freaking event system. Like just how it was put together. It struck my own ego, but it's just so freaking the ability to communicate throughout your script this way is just once it's done, it's like I can't wait to go back and finish this for the RPG and just like have everything just working together. That's the downside to Unity. These things don't already exist. And there's no quick way of just making it. You have to just program it in. But once it's done, it's just like the game starts coming together. When I was making my project in Unity also, sorry, in Godot also, it basically feels that way. Once you get to that point where you have all of your events hooked up, it's a thing of it's just a work of art. It's beautiful. Um okay. So now when we select a car, or when we select the car, it will update the unlockables for us. Awesome. Guess we can get rid of. We just need to populate this with different unlockables, but that's done. And then finally we have this. So now here's a good place to do like hash set. Do that. Okay. And so from here we just need to there we go. Actually we don't need actually yeah, we'll do it. There we go. Did we make make it an array? Do that. So if the colors doesn't equal null, Are you closing? Who closing? Awesome. All right. Okay, so first we populate all. So first we populate all of the unlock. We're going to populate unlockables, which will be iterated. We do this? I think we can. Oh, we can't. Okay, that'd have been nice. Oh, whoops. Yeah, no, we can't do it. Okay, that would have been. So basically, check if everything in that on. So the idea is if everything in the unlockable is already unlocked, then when we go to populate this, don't populate it unlockable, which will then cut down on the amount of things processed. That's what we're doing right
now.
now. I'm sorry. Um, I'm trying to finish this one last thing before I end. But go ahead and get some sleep, man. Thank you for joining me, though. And we had a good conversation. If you, I mean, I don't recommend trying it out, but Football Manager is a thing. But this is the last thing for like the unlockables that I need to get done, which is just, I mean, technically this class is done. I could call it a day here, but I want to finish this method. Um, and it's almost done. I need like 3 more lines of code and it will be done. And I was going to say night, basically. Let's see. Oh, nice. Okay, let's see what he's up to. Oh, okay. Factoria. Very nice. Holy cow, look at that. It's off sync a little bit, I think. No, it looks good. It looks good. It looks, he got it. I can't imagine. Good for him, man. Oh yeah, let me put that there. Fire. Thanks for letting me know. Gotta harass him. Um, let's see. So let's finish this up. So we check if all is unlocked, and if this is still locked, then all unlocked is going to be false, and just break out of this, right? And then we can do for I haven't done a nested for loop in such a long time, but it's almost pretty bizarre to have to do one. So here's how I did this. Um, first we want to make sure. Well, hold on. Am I doing this right? We break out of. Oh, we're not in a for loop. So instead, what we want to do is this. We're going to start off with on unlock. If no, this won't work. We need to break this. We don't want to break out of, and we can't do a continue. There we go. Okay, that will do. That will do. This can go back to being false. Okay, there. So from here, now we can do a break. We'll break out of this and we'll continue. Okay. And then if we do break out of this, right? So this is the if. Okay, let's make sure. So we're going to iterate through all of them. And then we check if we are locked, if the vehicle is locked. If the vehicle is locked, then we want to add this. No, something is wrong. If the vehicle is locked, then we want to add this. Yeah, we're right. Okay, we want to add it to the locked, and then we continue to the next one if we have room inside of the array. All right. So if it isn't, though, then we just go to the colors, and then we check each one of the colors, and if any of the colors are locked still, then we do add to locked. Lockables. And then we do break. Okay. I think that's it. Now we just need the add method. I've void add to locked lockables data, and we simply do a for loop. There we go. So unlockables equals to the view all unlockables. There we go. We're done. Tomorrow we'll hook in the rest of the stuff into this class, but yeah, this is a very long period. Have a great night, Nick. Very attractive looking code. Thank you. Can get it done. And that's it. So yeah, you can see the benefit of using an array, I guess. We still need to do one more thing for this, which is two more things actually. Once we need some way of verifying, like once you've unlocked everything. So the way that this is set up right now is after you save your game, leave the game, and then come back, it's going to run populate unlock, and it's just going to update them with only the stuff that you haven't unlocked. Right? But there's still a couple of things that need to be done here. One, we still need to go through everything here in the all unlockables, and when they're unlocked, add them to, well, we don't need to do this actually. don't need to do this. Basically, what we need is a way of telling the game which colors are available, because the cars are easy enough. There's only one of them, but the colors are problematic. So we probably want some way of tracking all of the unlocked stuff for runtime information. Right now, this is just good for build, but that's tomorrow's problem. We're gonna call it there for today. As usual, Nick, thank you very much for keeping conversation with me. It was pretty good. I don't know what to really. I don't know much about Poland's politics to be saying whether or not, like, because I've heard, like, I can assume that your right wing guys are, like, I don't know, militaristic. If that's the case, then that's rough. But if your left wing guys are militaristic, it just depends on the country. Militarism is just, either side is going to do it. Well, anyway, I'm going to call it there. Have a great night, guy, and stay safe.